Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Literally not true. Oh, for crumb's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Dati mihi Anglican por interrupt.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Podcast Thursday to you as well. Feeling a little blurry? Feeling better now. There we go. Excellent. Wonderful, wonderful. Aziz Lights. There we go. Fancy. Good morning, good morning. Welcome. Big welcome especially to Greena's. Greena's first in chat. Greena's, come on. Where are you at? Here we go. There you go. It was that same problem again. Greena's first in chat. Nearly got the first chat and the first membership 2-year marker. I think you've done that before though. You've had the first chat and the membership marker back to back. Yesterday, I think it was, you got the first chat and the first super chat, or that was the day before. First time ever in 2+ years. Amazing, Greeners. Your skill is impressive. But congratulations, 24 months, another OG. Greeners, thank you very much. Would not be the same without you here. I can tell you that. Everyone else would agree. All right, good morning, peeps. Good morning, File Girl Wendy. Welcome, welcome. Candy is here. Looks great. Alyssa J, hello. How are you doing? Abby J is here. Both J's are here. Kelly H, gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Kelly. Way to start the morning. That is just amazing. That's wonderful. All right, Katia, you're here as well. Welcome. 80s Music Man is here. We've got a couple of the OGs in chat all over the place. Paralegal Pulse, I see you. Good morning. Corey Herrera, Just a Girl Baking. We're not really doing a roll call. I was just calling out a couple people. I missed most of you. Quite honestly, I missed most of you. Keith White, have a wonderful morning, Keith. Thanks for being here. All right. Thursday. Sloth Leaf Blower. Sloth Leaf Blower is here. Tisha Sidebar is not here, so we'll wait just a moment. Last Poet also hitting the 24-month mark. Congratulations, OG since Brooks. OG, you've got the Pink Courthouse as well. Congratulations. Let's see. Oh, I missed one here. Jerry Pickle Nips. I can only say that once. Is here. My 26th member wedding anniversary. Congratulations. Congratulations. Welcome. Hello to our new Pope. No. I wouldn't. Don't go there. That's not. I don't know. Do they have a new Pope? I heard they didn't last night. I heard it was black smoke. We're looking for the white smoke. Apple Teresa is here as well. I love how everyone's changing their name to be the Boston accent. Selena K or Selena Ka is here. That's no Pope yet. Okay, no Pope. I would not want to be the Pope. First of all, the Pope Mobile is not my style. If for no other reason, the Pope Mobile is just not my thing. We'd have to change to a Pope Harley or something like that before it would become a little bit enticing. Another beautiful day here in Montana, catching up on the best true crime channel on YouTube. Big Sky DMC, thank you very much. Big Sky Montana, that's what he's referring to. Wonderful Big Sky. Have a fabulous day under the big sky. All right, more people are not here. Josh, I'm not here, y'all. Just heads up. Wonderful. Samantha Terry, thank you very much for welcoming people as well. Let's see. We've got, oh, man. Chat Bailiff is here. Good morning, Mark. Good to have you here. I think When you changed your name, by the way, you threw me for a loop until I saw your profile. I'm like, who did I mod? Who's the new mod? Did I do that in my sleep? Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy, member for 4 months, says, I thought to recover from addiction, but I gained a new one. But this addiction is the best. Day in and day out joining here. Love this family. Wendy, thank you very much. Fire Girl, congratulations on your 4-month membership mark. And that wife and kid thing would knock you out. Yeah. You know, as far as reasons to exclude me, that's one of them for sure. That's one of them for sure. But man, I wouldn't mind being able to roam around the Vatican and the tunnels and everything. That sounds cool. That's an adventure. Oompy is celebrating a birthday today. If there's anyone else, please make it known now. We will sing to Oompy and anyone else that is truly celebrating today. But you have to let us know. I have no idea who Chat Bailiff is. Must be Amber. No, it's 6 Volt Bus. I don't see any other birthdays. Purple Coconut says, I've been to the Vatican. Aria's Pope Daily live stream from the Vatican, digging deep. Yes. We're going to get their YouTube account popping. We'll get it popping. All right, let's go ahead and get Oompy sung to so she can... Oompy, I don't know your gender. So Oompy can begin celebrating today because you can't celebrate till the birthday song's sung. So everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There it is. That was bad. La 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 la. It's a little better. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Oompy. Happy birthday to you. Oompy, it's been a long time since we've only had one person to sing to. But today's your day. I'm not saying it's a bad day. I'm just saying you get to celebrate it all alone with all of us. So we get to celebrate just your birthday. I think that's a better way to look at it. Happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully we can make your day a little bit specialer by giving you free pancakes at Denny's, Waffle House, IHOP, Village Inn, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Bob Evans, and Andy's Grill. Happy birthday. Deborah celebrated a benchmark as well, says, hi from Australia. I'm 16 years sober. Love your show. I don't know why this has reached court for the second time. Keep smiling, Deborah, thank you very much. Welcome. Congratulations on that wonderful, wonderful sobriety benchmark as well. Love to celebrate that as well. Oompy, have a happy birthday. Enjoy the dancing. Enjoy the show. All right. All their coconuts tried to kill me. You're allergic to coconut. I'm allergic to the taste of coconut. Is that a thing? I do not like it. I can imagine on a deserted island, and that was all that was there. I could find a way to choke it down and pick it out of my teeth. I could do that. I could probably even drink coconut milk if it was fresh. But by choice? Why? All right, drum solo's coming up right now, so everyone grab your drumsticks, get ready to finish off the birthday song in style. Beautiful. I have to admit, I did not have pancakes this morning. I did not. I made omelets, and I made omelets with what has become my favorite seasoning of all time. Not a sponsor. It's green. You can't see it. Flat iron pepper flakes. Oh my goodness. These are not for the faint of heart. Even the green, the mild version. The red ones are much hotter, but the mild version is very flavorful and packs punch. I was thinking, what does this compare to? I'm thinking probably Pace thick and chunky picante sauce, red lid. That's what this compares to. But the burn is slower and lower, a little bit. Oh my goodness, it's good on an omelet. Mix that in with the eggs. A little bit of mozzarella, some cheddar. Good stuff. I'm allergic to the taste of spicy. Is that a thing? Kaylee, that's terrible. Barb says, yes, love that spice. It is so good. Oh my goodness. I'm hooked on it. All right, great work, dancers. Take the rest of the day off. That would be great. We are awaiting action in the courtroom. It's going to be just a few minutes before they get going. But when they do, we will bring you there. Tony, good morning. Good to have you here, my friend. Can't do spice except for court, says Lynn. And then it's as hot as you can make it. Let's see. Can't believe that Jen made more than 200 calls in 3 days. I know I have someone in my life. I know somebody that is like this, that is like Jen, that is if something happens, they're going to be the one you hear it from. And they're also going to be the first person to call you to check up on you if they hear that something's going on. They're just a communicator. They're in the middle of everything. And not in a bad way. I'm not saying it's like a town gossip or something like that, but just that's what they do. They talk to people. They know things and they talk to people, and that makes it sound like a gossip. But Selena Ka says, I have one in my family. I can see 200 calls in one day. I can see that. Maybe even in 3 days. Let's see. That's an incredible amount of butt dials. The butt dials are off the chart. 200 calls in one day is a lot. That's I agree. 200 calls in one day. That's at that part. You might as well be a telemarketer. I think if you're making 200 calls, 67 calls per day. Jen made 5 calls in about 10 minutes. I know what 10 minutes you're talking about. Katie 214 says I make about 200 a year. I haven't made 200 in my lifetime, says Peyton. Next person, like, what's a phone? She has a very, very talented derriere. Everybody who's able to butt dial repeatedly and butt hang up and not leave butt voicemail messages, that is talent. She's a taka. I'm a 911 dispatcher, and I don't even get 200 calls in one day, says Mo. Mo, that is awesome. First of all, I have so much respect for dispatchers. Having been through a police citizens academy, it was one of my favorite days was sitting in with the police dispatchers and just listening and watching. And I don't know unless you've observed it. I don't know if you can imagine how you can go from near complete boredom, but not like boredom like, oh, I'm just falling asleep, I just can't. No, a boredom level where you have to be 100% alert and ready to go in an instant, but still can sit and play solitaire or Minesweeper or something. Just like you're at work, you're ready, you're poised, ready to strike. Think of like a coiled snake. That's their level of boredom for a dispatcher. And you go from that to suddenly everything from prank calls to 911, which is never a good idea. Just let everyone know. Public service announcement, never a good idea. To a frantic parent trying to save a child's life who's in a medical emergency, to somebody calling saying they lost their kid, somebody finds somebody unresponsive and you're walking them through CPR. It's like back to back, and sometimes you jump from one to the other, and every call has to be right up here. You've got to get everything right. And you're communicating with everybody else, got the law enforcement there, and a lot of times there's no resolution. You hear how the call began, and you hear the dispatcher arrived, or you hear the dispatch that somebody arrived, and you might hear they go to the hospital. If you're listening, you might hear the ambulance call and say, here's what's going on, whatever. But man, it's what a job, Mo. Good work. My hat's off to you, my friend. Let's see. Miss Cara 26 says, isn't January 29th to February 2nd, 5 days. 29, 30, 31, right? They're 31 in January. 30, and then February 1 and 2. That's 5 days. So that's 200 calls in 5 days. That's a little bit better. It's only 40 a day. All right. Virginia said, my friend just retired from being a police dispatcher. She sent my son on a call where he got shot at several times. The lady on the phone was with her screaming. She shot him. Oh, my goodness. Wow. That's intense, that little circle. That's crazy. All right. Welcome, Josh, Amber. I see you there. Mark, Samantha. I think I represented you all. Apple Teresa, member for 16 months, says happy to be here with RA and the chat. Let me see if we can get some fan going here. Don't like the crackle in this fan. Do you like the crackle in the fan? I do not. Give me a second. We'll get that fixed. Crackle is gone. I uncrackled the fan. All right. I wish to complain that Greena's popped in to steal the web and is now AWOL. I think you need to award to somebody else. This is a sloth leaf blower. To those who are complaining about greeners, take a number. I'm sorry.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Who has 200 contacts in their phone? I do, Special K. I started saving everyone who ever contacted me on the burner phone, so I would know who it was when they called back. And now my phone does not function like a phone is supposed to. It's like, can't compute, too many names.
Because he's the guy.
Denisha Blyther had a grandson born yesterday. Congratulations, Denisha.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches
awesome.
fighting. I don't know who won.
I don't know who won. All right, let's get ready to count the things we're going to count today as we're waiting for court to begin. Let's see. Let's throw this down here and maybe put that there. And
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
121 sirens.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Did I mess up? What was the more experienced one?
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
What did I do that requires more experience, Kelly? How did I mess up? The crackle?
Bring the jury.
I fixed it. You guys are just using all the sound effects because I left the volume up.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Kmart. Got to do Walmart. The spice meter would have been a good touch. Hannah, I agree. I wish I had more.
They'll install it as well.
That was impressive. I wish I had more downstream keyers. I'm getting a call from Amber. Hang on. Don't hang up, Amber. Don't hang up. Hey, Amber, you're on live.
I am on live?
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Yes, you are. Do you not want to be?
I am watching. I just can't hear myself yet. There we go.
There's about a 5-second delay. That's about as short as I can make it.
I figured I'd call in and tell you why you needed more experience.
Why is that?
Because you have known long ago what my husband's name was, and you just forgot.
Aaron,
good job.
I remember because you told me for the first time yesterday. You told me from the first time. I don't remember. I don't. Aaron, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I just thought I'd capitalize on that more experience.
Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Sound bite. Have a good day, everybody.
Yep. We'll see you, Amber. Bye. I am so bad with names. I remember my mods' names because they're in blue. That's how bad. My kids know. Don't feel offended, child, when I'm like, hey, you, and you're like, I'm your firstborn. I'm like, yeah, you. Don't be offended. It's just I'm really bad with names. Did you ever get back to the word you were looking for? I had to go because I listened back to it. Postulate. I think that was it. The postulate sentence, I think he said. The postulate sentence, meaning the ending or the summation or the finishing sentence, I think it was great. Katie Russin sent 10 memberships. Congratulations to the recipients. Katie, thank you for your generosity. That is awesome. I'm trying to see what your profile picture is. I have to get close to the screen here. 1 second. What does your shirt say, Katie? I'm just curious. It says, I love something. Can somebody read that? What does her shirt say? I'm trying to see. You've got the blue balloons. Is it a nurse thing? I always forget a name, but never forget a face, says Gregory. I'm with you on that one. Emily's doing an LSC word of the day. You can be a smart person. I've got a friend that I know that does that. Every single day that you talk to him, you hear a word you have never heard before in your life. And you hear it used in proper context and pronounced correctly. As if it was just a word you would hear every day. We all know those people, and we're all jealous. Let's see. We have Bukhenik up on the stand today. Can't wait. Going to get spicy. I was looking at the list of witnesses. First of all, the list of witnesses for this trial is long. For prosecution, they have about, 92 named witnesses? I think we've heard from 23 of them. Okay? That gives you an idea of how many people they could call if they wanted to. I think most will not be called. I'd be surprised if we get to the 50% mark. I really would. But it says, I love Murdoch. Legally Blonde says, hypothetically, is it okay to listen while chaperoning a field trip? What if she only uses one AirPod? Asking for a friend. I'll allow it. Cameraman can't decide fan or light. I will tell you that that for this type of stationary shot without audio, something moving is always better. We can't tell if the light is frozen, but we can tell if the fan's not spinning. And if the fan freezes mid-spin, we would know that as well. It's the best shot you can get for a feed like this. All right. PJ, enjoy the big screen viewing experience. Wow, 92 and still no Proctor. Cheryl, no Proctor. What are we doing about no Proctor? All right, let's see. I need this one down here. This one here. That one there. Interesting. All right, hang on 1 second. Give me a second. I wonder why this court doesn't go past 4. Judge's rules. I don't know. Maybe it's possible she gets up early. That she's at court. No, I don't know. 5 o'clock, signing warrants, doing courty things, and she's put in a full day by that time. It's very possible. Let's see.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
There we go.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Judge. This is great. This may be the earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody.
Which is still late.
I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Bukhenik.
Here's Yuri. Here's Yuri. Greeners, congratulations, gifted 10 memberships. Yuri Bukhenik is up. Greeners, thank you for your generosity this morning. Hit the 24-month mark. Feeling generous. Andy was first in chat. There's a familiar face, and he brought toys. He brought a bin that matches his suit. He's completely color coordinated today.
You solemnly swear the evidence in the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Bunk Foss gifted 5 memberships. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Bukhenik. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Bukhenik, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I...
You can finish this next one. Go ahead.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
It's not an easy one to get.
You engaged in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When did you discharge from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death, is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
Danny, congratulations.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation. At times it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
He doesn't look nervous at all.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect. All those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes. Typically, we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony,
People can
or
get fired. Did you just
be
hear
a
that?
resource in the future.
Stop.
Is it a common practice
People could
that
get
when
fired
there's
and no longer be
investigation,
allowed to provide their
more
testimony?
Than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driveway would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we received, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing a what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing's always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because, based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long, or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20-plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph?
Yes.
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
Yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the crime scene services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subject.
Not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut, laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very, very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cuts, scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes. What happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check, that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
And what's that?
Knocked out of your shoes.
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had, and he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Who was that?
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection.
Assisting.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dayton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes. With the missing shoe, her stating that did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dayton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle, or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right taillight based on the information provided. It was allegedly to be...
Let me stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear taillight?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle, and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael...
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and the defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing,
What about
Did
the
you
white?
do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow-colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, you said, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
This team approach, we all do the same things. We back each other up. That we've seen the prosecution emphasize really solidifies our suspicion that Mr. Proctor is not going to make an appearance at the Commonwealth's request in this trial, which is stunning. And he said the quiet part out loud with the you could get fired and not be able to testify. Who would that be talking about? Mo, unsecured crime scene, no pictures, wrong times and reports, never went to the scene because cleared by Canton. Solo cups, I can't. He said it with a straight face, too. Why are they not calling Mr. O'Keefe officer? Why are they not calling Mr. Proctor trooper? I don't think the why'd they put him on their witness list? Just to throw the defense off? This is crazy. Doing a little research with Grok, trying to figure out Mr. Bukhenik here has testified about the victim losing his shoes, like knocked out of his shoes, doing some querying online. Shoes might come off in accidents due to rapid deceleration or chaotic body movement, like in a rollover or frontal collision. Forensic data from car crashes suggests that forces exceeding 50 to 100 Gs, where 1 G equals 9.8 meters per second squared, can cause objects like shoes to separate from the body. This could occur if the body is ejected, thrown, or subjected to violent tumbling. Speeds as low as 30 to 40 miles per hour can generate peak decelerations of 50 to 100 Gs. So 30 to 40 miles per hour is the minimum. If a pedestrian is struck by a car, the likelihood of their shoes being knocked off depends on the speed of the car, the point of impact, the type of shoes, the dynamics of the collision. Here's some focused analysis. Ready? When a car hits a pedestrian, the body typically undergoes rapid acceleration or rotation. The legs or feet are often struck first, like by the bumper, causing the body to rotate, tumble, or be thrown. Shoes might come off due to direct impact to the feet or legs, overcoming the shoe's grip. Inertial forces of the body's sudden motion, especially if the shoes are loose, like, say, slippers or flip-flops. Secondary impacts like hitting the ground or windshield, which add chaotic forces. To dislodge tightly worn shoes, like laced sneakers, the impact would need to generate localized forces exceeding thousands of newtons of accelerations of 50 to 100 Gs, where 1 G equals 9.8 meters per second squared. This is because the shoe's friction and fit resist removal, requiring significant jolt or pull. So at 20 to 30 miles per hour, you could expect someone to lose their flip-flops. At 40 to 50 miles per hour, the pedestrian is often thrown forward or over the car, experiencing peak accelerations of 50 to 80 Gs upon impact or landing. This can cause chaotic tumbling, potentially dislodging loosely worn shoes. Tightly laced shoes may still stay on, unless the legs or feet are directly struck. High-speed impacts over 60 miles per hour. Speeds above 60 miles per hour generate forces well above 100 Gs, especially if pedestrians is thrown significant distances or strikes secondary objects, like the pavement. The violent motion, spinning, tumbling, or ejection-like dynamics makes it more likely for the shoes to come off, even if snugly fitted, due to extreme inertial and rotational forces. Loose shoes or untied sneakers might come off at lower speeds than 30 to 40 miles per hour. Tightly laced shoes would likely need 50 to 60 miles per hour with direct leg and foot impacts or severe tumbling. In real-world context, forensic studies of pedestrian accidents show that shoes can be found separated from victims in high-speed collisions of 50 miles per hour and above, particularly when the body is thrown or undergoes multiple impacts. This is more common in fatal or near-fatal cases where the body experiences extreme trauma. So the sum answer is the car would need to be going between the 40 to 60 mile per hour range. Loosely worn shoes would come off in 40 to 50. Tightly laced shoes would come off over 60 miles per hour. Direct strikes to the feet or legs or secondary impacts increase the chances. So just doing a little online research about that. Jennifer says, my sneakers flew off at the end of a zip line once. That's the deceleration side. Your shoes were going faster than you were at the end.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to give a humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room You're beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us
Is this new?
the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not...
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes. We asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary.
Mm-hmm. That's objectionable.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing, other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seize them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Understood. Did you ultimately?
We don't have a warrant. We take it anyway.
Both the phone
and then get permission.
And the vehicle.
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dayton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dayton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Objection.
Okay.
They have very effectively cut Mr. Proctor out of an investigation which he was all over. I'm impressed. I didn't think this would be possible. But it appears that they've done it. Sorry, I'm trying to get my Does anybody know DaVinci Resolve really well? My replay machine's doing something and I don't know what it's doing, so I don't know how to stop it from doing it. The objection was we never touched it. Can't the defense call Proctor? What's the rule when a police officer's been fired? I mean, we've seen in courts before people are retired and no longer there. You can't call them anymore.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
We never touched it.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15?
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
Send me a text.
We traveled in my...
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be Crime Scene Services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the Crime Scene Services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Ayden at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing, rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sally Port area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sally Port?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection. Sustained.
I'll sustain it. I'll strike that. Ask it differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
That's better. You
How
didn't
long
see
did
him,
you remain
but you can't say
in the
he never
Sallyport area for? Do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on the best of my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the I apologize.
Go ahead. If you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
He's fidgeting.
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat, and at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
got the big bottle. Is there
So
no
do you
label on
recognize
that?
this?
Yes, I do.
And you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
They probably found out John was missing a hat from the video from the bar.
As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to January 29th, 2022, at the hospital you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the.
I see.
The
they remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the District Attorney's office in the State Police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Bukhenik?
Yes, I do.
He brought gloves that fit, so he doesn't need to struggle with them. Let's just skip all the formalities about identifying the bag and what's in it and everything. Just tear them all open like...
I'd move this item into evidence.
Kid Christmas.
No objection. With the court permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead.
Now, the damage you see on these were because they were cut off him in the ambulance.
Thank you.
That's standard procedure. Except for the pocket. Pocket does not look... that doesn't look right. Don't see a reason for them to cut the pocket.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Swap gloves. Good call. Good call. One inside the other. Just stick them in your pocket, save them for later, or throw them on the ground. That's all right.
Did you learn during your conversations with the search team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital there was a sneaker? One?
Yes.
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
I've been doing some of my own tests with the similar shoe. particularly one that has a white sole. His are newer than mine. Have a different brand.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 3430.
Could I have that marked? What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me. This is the right sneaker from.
From
34 Ferry Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor. Sure. If you could put the seeker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
The white sole, or this shoe is very old, needs to be thrown away. The white sole in shadow. Let's see if I can do this. Turns dark. Yeah, I've got a shadow over here. Here we go. In shadow turns dark. You see that? Direct light, white. Mine's gray. In shadow, turns dark. The light, if the light was coming from the road and it was leaning up against the curb like that, that's why you get a white. See that? I know this isn't like an Amber Heard Law and Lumber moment, but I think the picture of the shoe at the crime scene and the one they have they got from his body were the same. Light is weird like that. So I've got a couple of people who said they've sent me texts. I'm not getting them. At least I'm not receiving them. People are saying, I sent you a picture, and I didn't see it. AJ promised they would call Proctor if Commonwealth didn't in a pretrial courthouse response to a Boston reporter's question. Yes, if AJ calls him, then you've got a problem. You've got the paradox of impeaching your own witness. You have a witness who you can't lead like you can on cross. And he might throw himself under the bus and not recall. Dallas-born, Boston-bred, member for 27 months. Says, thanks for your investigation of demo RA. This is why we love you. Thank you, Dallas. I appreciate that. There's not much I can do, but I did have the shoe, and that helps a little bit. It's a question. It was a question. Those are Heaven's Gate sneakers. I'm not kidding. I love them. I've had 2 pairs of those Under Armour ones. The only thing I hate about them is the fact those soles, they're soft foam. They're designed to just disintegrate upon use. It's like they're disposable shoes. Remember back in the day when you could buy shoes and they had real rubber on the sole? It had grip. That it could make you faster. Yeah, where have the good shoes gone? All right, power cycle your phone. No, the image just came through. It's the burner phone. I see the men's wide fit Nike Revolution 7 running sneakers. Those have a rubber sole. Those are black soled. I think I got the picture, nothing like it. There is a picture with a black sole. Black soled shoe, but I'm not... The fact that they pulled a Nike shoe out of the box right there that has a white sole is enough evidence to me that Nike makes the same looking shoe with a white sole. I really don't feel that they have two different shoes.
Jurors will take on morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everything
Gregory.
great and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11:30.
All rise, please. Jurors close the notebooks. Follow me.
Is that a Smothers Brothers reference? Where have all the good shoes gone? Long time past. It's a good song. I played on the guitar. But it's obviously not about shoes. Oops, there's been a blunder. We're trying to figure out what the blunder is right now. When a lawyer asks the judge to treat a witness as hostile is when they refuse
Just
to
let me
answer.
know and I'll come right back out.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
be heard?
Yes.
Yes.
May I, during the break, in company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Bukhenik about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
You will facilitate things. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
All right.
About what issue? Okay, now I need to rewind. Hold, please. What was the objection that we just took? Let's see. We're going to listen in again, see what was happening here.
At the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
Just a quick replay.
This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Can I have that now?
Fairview.
What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from...
He sees a problem. Look at the face.
From 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor. Sure. If you could put the sneaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring
That
it
is
back.
clearly a right sneaker that we're looking at. He says left sneaker when looking at the bag. Could the bag be marked wrong? I wonder if there's a problem with some of the evidence. Yeah, but this one was from Fairview. So stop. What day did we have the other shoe? What day did we have the other shoe? Let me go back. I want to see the other one. Who was the guy that held that one up? Was that okay, Whiffen. Was it this dude? Sorry, I'll turn the sound off so you guys don't hear me scrolling around. It was the Canton Police, or that was the... Who brought in the other shoe? Amber said it. This one is from 34 Fairview, not the hospital. It was yesterday. Okay, so he gathered all the shoes from the hospital room, and he says this is from 34 Fairview. That's the problem. He had Fairview shoe, not the shoe on. Okay, he grabbed the wrong evidence. Okay. Let me see you yesterday. Give me a second to find who was testifying yesterday. That was. Let's go to 24 now. 25. Okay. Held up the pieces of glass. Where's the shoe? Sorry, I can't see chat when I'm doing this, and I'm pretty sure I'm missing something. Was it before? Oh, and I lost chat altogether. Just give me a second here. Got a black box. Okay. All right. Connor Keefe is the one we're looking for. Let's see. Hang on a second.
Call from Sloth Life.
Sloth Life. I'm looking for Connor Keefe, right?
48 minutes in yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning. I'm looking at a recording, like a raw file that's different. So the timestamp's completely different. Let's see. So yesterday morning.
All right, sorry. So he was on the stand then, and it was the first piece of evidence before he brought in the pieces of plastic.
Okay. Let's see if we can pull this guy up.
So what your screen?
This dude
I
here?
should have had my timestamps in.
It's him, right? He gets
Yep,
sworn
this is
in.
him, and then he gets up
sits
for the
down.
evidence. They would go through all his background and all that.
Okay, there's the shoe. We've got the pictures of the shoe. 1, 2, 3. And now...
And he's putting on the gloves, and then he's going to touch the mic and contaminate the shoes.
Keep the gloves on.
Yeah,
He's been
and
caressing
then
the
he'll
mic
keep
the
it.
whole time. So it struggles with
So,
the
but
snips.
I was going to say, I don't know what he said as where that came from, because he's supposed to have the one that was found at the curb outside the house, which was 34 Bayview. John had one on in the ambulance, which was at the hospital, which is what Mr. I'm not even going to attempt to see his name. The trooper that's on the stand at the moment is supposed to be bringing in the one that was found at the hospital, but he stood up and said, this is the shoe from 34 Bayview, so that's the completely wrong shoe.
Oops.
Or it's been mislabeled wrong. But we need to. I'm going to get off the phone so we can quickly hear this. If you can replay it.
Yeah, I'll replay it.
What he introduces this as. So, okay, sorry for interrupting.
Thank you. I
just
appreciate
thought-
that. No, that helped. Appreciate
No
it.
problem.
We'll see you.
Bye. Let's go. Bring the jury. Bye.
Bye. Sloth Life. Thank you very much for that. All right, so we have this is the first shoe that was shown. Let me rewind just for a minute. To when before he opens the bag for when he struggles with the bag a little bit, so he's putting it all back together here, glues it up, uncuts everything, and let's listen to what we have here. Boom. Okay, play. Roll tape.
Before you open it, could you stand and show that bag? There's red tape on it. What's that for?
To secure the bag closed.
If the bag is open, is it then retaped?
Yes.
Might
you
be
write
before
on the
this.
outside of the bag.
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date, time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Okay, stop. We need before that. Clearly, he's just shown the pictures, and now he's saying we found this evidence and we bagged it. I don't think there's any question that he's saying we found this.
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Please, thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilman, you can take the photo down, please.
We do have a set of
With
shoes.
the court's permission, I'm going to
one
move
right,
this piece of evidence,
one left.
item into evidence.
I would say the shoes match. Okay, we're going to fast forward because he just cuts it open. At the very end, when he puts the shoe back in, is when he shows us the sole. So I'm going to show you that really quickly. Boom, 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 and right here. So back up. And whoop, there's the sole. This shows us a couple things. We can see clearly that this is a left shoe, right? You can see, if you look at the marking, you can barely see my mouse, but I'm putting the mouse right above the red tape. You can see just above this, the white lines, that's the clean material. There's an indentation. The darker area is the part that's touched the ground, sort of discolored, and it's sort of gray or dirty. So we're going to compare that with the other shoe really quickly by jumping to the current day. Oh, actually, let me roll a little tape on this. Hang on a second. We're going to go right here, set POI, and...
Item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag.
Okay.
I'd ask for this to be marked in an exhibit.
All right, any objections, Tina?
Okay, dump that in. Now let's go back to today's evidence while we still wait for their break to be over. We're we're not going to miss anything. We're going back to right here with a very similar shoe. POI
At the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr.
Was
O'Keefe?
that the sneaker that was at the hospital?
No, so this is the sneaker
No.
from 34 Fairview.
This is the one from 34
Can I have
Fairview.
that marked? What is that, a left
Brennan
or a right
missed it.
sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Sure. If you could put the seeker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Okay, so dump that in. Just looking really quickly at that shoe, if you look at the bottom, look at the sole, look at the sole. You've got those same areas, that same level of discoloration, the white visible. The pattern looks the same. I believe it is the same shoe. Well, it's the same. It's the match to the other shoe that was shown. So I don't think we have shoegate going on, other than the fact that the cops, particularly this one, just screwed up the evidence in a big way, and said the wrong thing. Did he reopen the bag with scissors? This last time? If we back up here, let me check. Let's back up a little faster. This will be quick. Okay, there we go. So he opens the bag with scissors. It's been retaped because it was been shown before. So we have yellow over red, and he takes out the shoe. Like so. Shoe's not laced, not tied. It doesn't appear to be tied, I'll say that. All right, any questions? Anything else I can clear up with the replay machine? What was the first shoe labeled as? I don't know if they told us. We've got some very quiet audio happening. I want to hear what this is. Hang on. It stopped. I missed it. They said both were from Fairview. He should have said it was from the hospital. Right? I'm hearing myself. Hang on 1 second. I think I've got an echo going on, and I do. I fixed it. Echo's gone. Help me. Please show the shoe in the snow again. Going back to the shoe in the snow, that's going to be... It's going to be back here. The shoe in the snow was was yesterday morning with this witness, and we get some pictures right here. So here we go. Ready? We have, I believe, 3 pictures. Here's the first one, and this one shows the most of the sole being light, and you remember that shadow thing I told you about. Because of the top of the shoe. It looks sort of yellow here, but I believe if you look at the snow up above in the top left-hand corner, you can see the shadow from a protruding little line. Light was coming from the light source, probably a headlight from a police car, was coming from the bottom left-hand corner of the screen going towards the upper right-hand side of the screen. That's what the shadows tell us in the picture. So that would put the sole of the shoe in shadow here if it was laying on its side. So scrolling forward here, you can see once again headlights on the top of the snow, and it looks like they've possibly used a flashlight as well. Still that light coming from the top right-hand corner now going down to the bottom right-hand corner with the shoe in shadow. And the fact that there's snow on the shoe helps block the light that's coming from the top. So those are your 3 pictures of the sole of the shoe. You can clearly see the Nike swoosh on the shoe. It's visible here. If I zoom in a tiny bit. Oops, let me go forward. Missed it. Back up. How did I jump? Didn't mean to do that. Tapes everything back up. Says, look at Stop and Shop. Spelled backwards. Spells evidence. Go right back here. I want to show it in this previous picture. Right here. Come on. 1, 2. This one. Freeze. Don't move anything. Okay, let's zoom in a little bit. Zoom. And a little bit more. I want you to be able to see the shoe. Okay, so the shoe is in the center of the screen. It's a tiny bit hard to see, but I'm going to sort of center it. You can see the Nike swish. That's what we're looking for, right? That's the Nike swish.
Call from Angela.
Hey, Angela, how are you doing? Angela, you there?
I'm doing good. I went back and looked. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, good. So I paused. I went back to when you showed the picture of the shoe in the snow and paused. There is. I have recently bought Adidas shoes, which is exactly the same model like that. Just it doesn't say Nike; it says Adidas. And I noticed that on the shoe, in the snow, it has like on the heel of the shoe, it has like some like a mark. You know, when you like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like easier to walk. It's like, you know, you go from heel to toe when you walk, so it goes like this. The shoe follows the whole heel to toe. That shoe has on the but not the one shown in the court.
Okay, you're saying there's like a there's tread or something on the heel that's not shown in court?
Yeah. I don't know what it's called, but I know I noticed it because like I said, I bought similar Adidas shoes that has that, and I didn't notice in the first trial. I noticed it now because I have a similar model as that one.
So, but that's a different brand. This one appears to be all white, like the shoe I showed you.
Yeah.
Mine has a rubber tip and a rubber heel. Okay, so it allows for extra wear.
It has like on the back. It has like, I don't know what's the name, but it has like a extra. It's, I don't know what's the name, but it's not the shoe on the picture in the snow does not have it on the picture in the court.
Extra tread or something?
To compare the heel from. I don't know what's the name, but just to compare the heel from the shoe in the court and the shoe in the snow. And I don't think it's white in the snow. It is clearly black, even with the shadow. Because when you see the heel completely, it should be seen like you showed on the picture. You should see some kind of whiteness, even with the darkness / shadow. You know, but it's completely black. It is. I don't think it's the same. Especially that heel thing. It does not exist in the picture on the shoes that is shown in court.
Okay, the picture here, I would say, is the closest that you can see. I'm not seeing anything on the heel. I have my iPad with me. I can take the screenshot and send you on the email what exactly I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look. I didn't see a difference on the shoes, but
yeah. So yeah, I think that's what the defense, among other things, noticed, because that's a huge difference. I mean, it should be the same. I actually don't know what's the problem, but something is up, except for the, you know, where the shoe was collected.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake on the trooper's part. Goodman, I know that you said that there was a clerk error in the court. I don't believe so. The clerk just gives it a number. The problem he has is what he said in court didn't match with what it said on the bag. So this is going to be an evidence. Either he was confused and it could just be cleared up that way. But how long does this break? As long as it takes to clear up this evidence issue.
I'm gonna end the phone call now.
Thank you,
and
Angela.
Go grab my, yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
Yep. Bye bye. I'll watch for that email. How can this be so many years without being questioned? I don't think the entire thing was wrong. I think it's just this time the way he talked about it. Realize he testified to two things. He testified that he testified that they picked up his clothes at the hospital. The clothes he has should be the items that were on the floor at the hospital. He's got the pants that were cut off his body. He's got the shoe that was taken off his body. And instead, when he got up and testified, he said this shoe is from 34 Fairview. And he's like, it should be his left shoe, right shoe. In his head, he's got it backwards. I think it's just that. I think he's thinking about the other shoe that was found at 34 Fairview, and he testified that that's what it was, which could be a problem, especially if he was looking at the label, reading the label, and it said it came from the hospital, and instead he testified it was from 34 Fairview. That could be a bigger problem. I would not say misspoke if he was reading the label, which he did, and you see him frown. I mean, we can go back and look at this here real quick. On today's. Okay. Pulls the shoe out. Okay. He doesn't do any investigation on the label first, so he just takes it out. Does a cursory glance, right? Let's see if he reads this. We'll see how long he has to read it. He knows this is a shoe. He looks at it, says, is this a shoe? Yes, it is. I don't think he read the entire label there. He goes ahead and puts on his gloves, cuts it open, takes it out. Now he's pulled the bag up. Ready? So let's watch how long he looks at this. Let's give it a listen.
The sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
Was this the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe? He turns it over to look at the label. He's reading it from now on.
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
No, this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked?
He looks back at the label.
What is that, a left or a right?
This is the left sneaker.
This is the left sneaker.
Excuse me, this is the right sneaker.
Looks back at the shoe. So he says, this is the left sneaker. Looks at the shoe.
This is the left sneaker.
It's not. Spoiler alert, it's a right.
Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from...
Now he's got this look of frustration on his face, right? Okay, crickets.
From 34 Fairview Road, Canton. Yes, you are.
From 34 Fairview Road, Canton. If this bag says it's from the hospital, this guy's impeached. It's that simple. If the bag, as he's sitting there looking at the label, and it says he got it from the hospital, he's impeached. If it says it's from 34 Fairview, it could be a mix-up. So that's...
Sure. If you could put the seeker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Look at the judge's face when he says 34 Fairview.
From 34 Fairview Road, Canton. Yes, you are.
AJ was on it like a blue bonnet. All right. Still waiting for them to come back from break. Now he's panicking. if it says right shoe from 34 Fairview, all hell breaks loose, says Bud Dial. Can we listen to what Brennan asked the judge right before break? Yes. That's right up here. Just one second. It's right here. Ready? Here we go. Oops. Let's go to 7, not black.
Jurors will take on morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there following the thing. So we'll take half an hour.
Half an hour.
Great, and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in the courtroom. So we will.
These things happen when you're moving a lot of evidence in the courtroom, she tells the jury. These things happen when you're moving around a lot of evidence in the courtroom.
We'll see you at 11.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
Give them a second. They'll come back and have a little more conversation here. Wait for it. Skip forward, skip forward. Right here. Come back on audio.
Just let me know and I'll come right back out.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Be heard?
Yes.
May I, during the break, in company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Bukhenik about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
Will facilitate things. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to see Mr. Bukhenik's face right then. Ready? He's carrying his box of evidence, and he walks in here. Can't really see much from him. He doesn't look too bothered. I don't think he knows at this point. I don't think he knows what the problem is. Okay. With that, we're back to live, waiting for this to fix it. Bukhenik does bring the evidence. He brings it. He brought all of it. I would be curious. I mean, if the Commonwealth is not going to call Proctor, if they're trying to avoid the Proctor poison pill by simply not calling him, what can AJ do on cross of Yuri Bukhenik to introduce that? Basically, Mr. Bukhenik is saying that they work together and that he was the Proctor's boss, so he's got a supervisory role. He should be supervising the work. He should be authenticating or verifying or witnessing himself the work. How many pieces of evidence did Mr. Bukhenik collect? How many total pieces of evidence are in this case? Things like that. Just trying to show the scope of Proctor's involvement will probably benefit the defense a lot, especially considering they're open, where he said that that Proctor's fingerprints were over on everything in the entire case. They're all waiting for the other shoe to drop. He's taking his props with him. No, that's the right thing. He should take the evidence with him. He is, as far as chain of custody goes, if he left it in the courtroom, that would be a problem. So he's doing the right thing there. Had defense done it, I'm sorry for wasting your time. Brandy Joe, what is the problem? I'm lost. Okay, I'm going to try to explain it as simply as I can now that I think I have a good grasp on it. John O'Keefe, when he was hit by the car, according to the state, lost a shoe. According to the Commonwealth's theory is that he was knocked out of his shoe from the impact. It was a left shoe that was missing. That shoe was found in the snow by the berm, buried at 34 Fairview. His other shoe remained on his body until it was removed in the ambulance or the hospital, and was collected by Mr. Bukhenik. So on his body was a right shoe. At the scene was the left shoe. When Mr. Bukhenik testified, he held up the shoe, and they said, is it a right or a left? He said, it's a left shoe. Looked at the shoe, it's a right. He said, oh, it's a right shoe. And where is it from? And he looked at the label and read it, and they said, was this the one you collected at the hospital? Which is what he's testifying to. He's literally pulling out each piece of item that he collected from the hospital right now. He said, no, this one was collected from the crime scene. Problem is, it was a right shoe, which was what was on his body. It was a left shoe that we've already had come in. We've already had one found at the crime scene, and now we have another one who's found at the crime scene. That means there were 3 shoes, okay? Or it's just a problem, it's just a mix-up. But we're going to see how they sort this one out. There'd be grave concerns if this was a defense error. No way his shoe could fall off from being hit in the arm. According to the little online research I did, you'd need to be like a 40 to 60 mile an hour impact hit in the leg. There's got to be some damage there. There's got to be some bruising. There's got to be, broken bone, something of that nature, to do that. Do we know if they're both the same shoe in the bags? That would be great. No, we do have one right and one left. We looked at the video. Getting knocked out of shoes in the car versus human is common. Right, we pulled up the research on that. That is common. Also, for those who are talking about the car and have it has reverse sensing, Lexus has something, especially the 2022 models, it has something called PKSB, which is intuitive parking assist with auto braking. So if the car senses something as you're going in reverse, it will stop. It only engages in like up to about 10 miles per hour. It doesn't work above that speed. So I don't see that the car would have stopped on its own unless it was going at a slow speed. And if it was going at a slow speed, he wouldn't have been thrown. He wouldn't have been knocked out of his shoe. 10 miles per hour is not enough. They say it needs to be about 40 to be knocked out of your shoes. So especially a laced tennis shoe. Can it be turned off? It can. It can be turned off. But it's one of those things that by default, when you start the car, is engaged. So it would have to be manually turned off each time, and there would probably be a record of it being turned off in the little black box, if it was. Can you tell us about the research you did on car accidents and shoes this morning? We already went over it once a little bit. I used my own shoe, which is the closest thing I have to John O'Keefe's. It's a shoe that has a mostly white sole, and the interesting thing is that in shadow, the sole turns black, like that. So you can have a white side and a black base. It's a very dirty shoe, but man, I love these. These have gone many miles for me. All right. With all the ways this could have happened, doesn't that equal reasonable doubt? As long as in your mind, if you're a juror, as long as in your mind the other way it could have happened is reasonable, I believe
you are unmuted.
That would be a not guilty.
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
Let me see the court is attached.
I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Miss Little has some text messages the judge wants. I don't think we're going to get to cross before break. We've got another hour. Maybe we'll get a little bit of cross in. If all he has left is the evidence from the hospital. Someone start a shoe fund for RA. They're still comfortable. I still wear them.
Thank you.
We need a shoe fund for Alex. Mr. Bukhenik has the bag in question right in front of him. Grabs his water bottle, which he drinks out of, with his gloved hand.
All right, to the court, jurors entry.
So now anything on that is now on his gloves. These are new gloves, though. This has got to be really tough for the family, especially when you recognize personal items. The last items your loved one was wearing. This is tough. The demonstration shoe fund. I need them in my size, please, so I can use them after the trial.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, are you all set, Mr. Brown?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Sir, when we left, we were
Wipes his
discussing
nose, checks his watch.
Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Objection.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Jurors, disregard that you heard right before the break that the right sneaker was brought from 34 Fairview. They just rewound, and now they're just putting the right words in. Oh, look, it's already opened. And it looks just like the one we just looked at that was from 34 Fairview.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Did he wipe the shoe on the microphone there? Did he literally put the shoe on the microphone? Just skip the whole mic to glove, glove to shoe? He just went straight shoe to mic?
Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move
the mattress thing
the
next to
T-shirt
it.
into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik show it to the jury?
Yes.
It's been framed. How appropriate.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper?
I bet that's expensive. Somebody who is completely against ASMR did that.
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Just place it on that side.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
The problem I have with that is if one side had a hole in it, the hole would be obscured by the other side. Because at every point of that, you have two layers of clothing.
And Trooper Bukhenik, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
I have never seen this
Court
before.
permission?
Yes.
I've never seen evidence encased in plexiglass to prevent movement of the evidence.
Could you show the backside, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
No, that's to exhibit 88.
I'm sorry?
Maybe approach reading.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we have a problem here, I think. The evidence has been it's obviously maintained. This evidence should come in. There's zero question in my mind. This evidence should come in. I'm not saying that. The problem is the evidence has been preserved in a way to prevent inspection. And the jury, I believe, has the right to inspect the evidence, which means they should, at a minimum, be instructed that they're allowed to open that and take the clothing out to look at it. Goodman, Nicole, we agree on this. It's just we agree from different sides. I believe Alan Jackson would say it's done to show no dog tears. That's the point. I'm not saying there are tears in the clothing that should exist, but if there were, and it were closed like that, they would be much harder to detect than if it was open and they could hold it up. Pitter-patter, if she's convicted, I think she will. And that's definitely a possibility. There would still be tears. Or clothing might have a puncture. If there's a puncture, like imagine, you stuck a pencil through a shirt, but you only stuck it through the top, through one side, because there's a person in the middle. You stuck it through the one side and into the person, and then when you took the shirt off, even if the pencil didn't penetrate the skin of the person underneath, if you laid it flat on top of itself, you've got two layers of clothing, and if you hold it up, you would not see a hole. Whereas if you can hold it out and space it out, the hole would be more apparent because it would look darker than the clothing just right up against it. I just don't think that's the best method of displaying the evidence.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Bukhenik, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd?
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military-style E-tool.
I brought a hoe.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm, separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes.
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
We did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow, so we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
So this might take some time with numerous pieces of plastic found. And they used GPS to triangulate the positions of where they found them.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believed to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would a person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
I thought they were sealed at the scene.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Makes sense.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road. on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Bukhenik
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
It's so interesting to compare the two different trials. This is the first trial and the second trial, with what evidence the state's chosen to admit, what they've chosen to omit. There's a siren. Count that one.
Hand you a series of photographs and ask you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
Right. These have all been opened before and then resealed.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs in evidence.
No objection. Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
He's getting his DNA all over those gloves. We might need those in a minute, so go ahead and contaminate them fully. Is there any part you've missed? No, I think those are the old ones. He's throwing those ones away. He's wadding them up. I think he's just throwing them under the desk. There's a stash of trash and water bottles under there from previous witnesses who also could not find the garbage.
1994. Thank you very much.
There's another one. 1, 2, 3.
Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Objection, Your Honor.
I want to know that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's a tiny label that you can read all those numbers. Is that like the Frenzel lens inside the tail light? Fresnel. I'm saying that wrong. I'm pretty sure the S is like silent or something.
Thank you.
There's 2.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab.
It's because they found matching pieces.
There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02184-7-8.1.
It's taped shut. Might be for tiny pieces.
This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N, as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Last trial, we spent a lot of time marking out where each piece was found.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It's the clear piece on the edge of this where the snow
It was
stops.
in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Was the leaf collected? I'm just kidding.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is
Between
P492.
the fire hydrant and the pole, that would have been thrown there by the
7692.
snowplow then?
Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P515-7721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490-7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
2 or 3 centimeters across.
Thank you.
Just
If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493 7694. Could you zoom in, please?
These clear pieces would be very,
Is that
very
piece of
difficult to
evidence
see in
in the
snow.
bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please?
A little bigger.
How long
piece.
did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
It's at a 40 square feet area. That could
Thank
be
you.
10
Could
by
you take that
4.
down, please? When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you
That was just
retrieve
garbage.
536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
97.
Thank you.
Showing the photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
I think both sides will agree that you can find evidence of drinking at 34 Fairview. I'm not sure John was a drink through the straw guy. Do we have any evidence of that? Was he using a straw at the waterfall or the McCarthy's?
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Beer with a straw. I'm not being a drinker. Is that a thing?
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury.
Okay.
And that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman?
There's the berm.
Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet, if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, I've moved that item into evidence.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, Trooper Bukhenik, could you open that and show it to the jury?
Police hat.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was photographed, was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it with grass showing it from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Or I move these four photographs into evidence.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
Using Google Earth Pro, I've been able to identify exactly where that straw was found, and I'll be able to show you in relation to the fire hydrant and the pole. Just get
99A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you, Ayden. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526-7733, please.
Sherry K, thank you. 10 memberships. Also, Wendy, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. And Sherry K,
close
welcome
up
to the
just
gallery.
a little bit, please. Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
We could next show 99B, P527-7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529-7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
It was all the way down at the bottom. No snow underneath him.
Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was...
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
Yes.
From what group?
It was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say a directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from
trial.
someone from the Canton Police?
Yes.
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
This piece that has gone escape detection until now. It's not the view I wanted to be looking at today, but we get what we get. I think he was making a call. He's just showing us how that works.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Spam call right now. Hello?
Hi, good morning. My name is Kate, and am I speaking with Dwayne Burns?
In person. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Okay, so I'm calling from the accounts department over
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm in court and the judge is telling me I have to turn... I can't talk right now. Can you call me back in like half an hour or so?
Yes, sir.
Okay, don't forget. You're going to call, right?
Yes.
You're not going to ghost me like the last person?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, have a good day.
Bye. Scheduling a future call.
Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
Now he
No, I
doesn't
did not.
touch the mic.
How did you receive the photograph?
Let me just adjust
It
the
was
mic
attached
briefly for this.
to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
He doesn't want to touch it because the shoes
So
touched
you
it.
photographs the first page. You recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. A and B. Court's permission.
Any objections, Mr. Judge?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Whoa.
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at at the property. If you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47?
Oh, that was backwards. That is a massive piece just sitting there on top of the lawn.
When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
What was
his name? Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
Oh, that's the guy.
It might have been, yes.
Maybe.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
He didn't
Yes,
want to
sir.
say it. Another trooper. I believe I was with... Could have been another trooper. Name escapes me.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Apparently, by the testimony we're hearing today, Trooper Proctor did not find any of this.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that
He was
bag?
just doing a ride-along at the time, observing.
Can I open it?
Please.
Now we're beginning to wonder if you can. Yep, got it. I'm waiting for him to get a message on his watch that everyone will be able to read.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total of the 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the... Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Or... Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the
Exhibit 103.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to open the wax bag.
Please.
Watch your fingers, watch your fingers. Nicole, they knew there wasn't going to be anything on the ring footage, so they did not collect it. Oh, and there was, I think Trooper Proctor testified that there was video on the ring camera that he viewed that's gone now. We got that in trial number 1. Yes, they can, Ann. They can call him. They can subpoena anybody they want that's relevant.
Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
Nicole, I believe Trooper Proctor testified to watching a ring camera video footage on the phone and memorialized it in a report, and then it went missing. So he literally watched it, and then it went missing, and he doesn't know how it went missing. It's gone now. And that is from that very camera. That came in trial number 1.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from C.F. McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not normal. It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA, and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I am not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone, tower, voice communications.
Okay. Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes,
were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text or text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Sustained is to full.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No.
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
There was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the Homicide Division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
They're trying to get ahead of these. They have to read them in. I have to say, the way he was shifting, the way he was uncomfortable, the way he looked down before answering a bunch of stuff, I'm not buying. I don't think it passes the smell test that he didn't know what was in this and that he didn't know until later. I just failed to read the message.
So
I acknowledged it.
Take a look at that document, and if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
And to acknowledge your thumbs up every time you thumbs up one.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
So it could have been you? What?
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you...
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over? Because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
Did you thumbs up that one?
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
There's a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
Okay. And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
There's a new pope.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review Ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is. It's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the Ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119.
All right, so which one is this? Oh, this is the driveway. This is John's driveway. We're looking at Meadows Ave, looking out towards the main street, around the corner. Watch the car. Watch the car. Watch the car. Brennan has successfully stolen the thunder from defense throughout this trial. Don't go over the grass. Don't roll over the grass, please. Don't. Pet peeve. Pet peeve. I'm sorry.
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Noise coming from a bag?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please?
That's John and Karen? Who is that? Can't be John and Karen. It's the wrong car.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have... There's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
This is the one. This is the one. Thump.
Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
There's no police.
Did you
plastic,
later
no
review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Where'd that video go? Proctor watched it and wrote a report
Was
about it.
there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please?
So we know Ring does not capture all the arrivals and departures. So no, not having a Ring video of when her phone connected.
Did you
to the
later
Wi-Fi
see
is
video at
not
8:23
problematic.
a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please?
Bad boys, what you gonna do?
Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play?
Who's the third person?
Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 1240?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171? And 175.
$171 to $175. Ooh. That was our first like conscious look at the tail light moment, I think. Fighting a losing battle trying to keep these cars clean of snow. I'll stay down here since nothing's happening in this corner.
Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
Contact.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
What?
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please.
Light
Thank
turns
you. May I
red.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's time for the replay.
Handing you a document, sir. Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
Take on.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton?
Yes.
And you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car?
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of, every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 105.
Thank you. Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's a lot of snow.
Could you play video 2, please?
Just barely see the tail light in this picture.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please?
It's running speed. Paused.
Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from C.F. McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bar, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the counsel sidebar for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
It is 12:39. I think we might be going to lunch now. We're not going to get cross before lunch, that's for sure. The defense, it's got to be frustrated with this. It's clear now that the prosecution is completely avoiding the Proctor problem, and Mr. Brennan is very good at beating them to the punch on anything that looks bad. He's read the texts. Okay, he's read the bad words. He's said it. They've talked about, him being demoted, Proctor being fired, losing the 5 vacation days, the findings sustained against him. It's not going to be the aha moment that Mr. Jackson got during round 1 of this trial. They've also done a pretty good job of putting all the video of the car together to try to show consistency of when the taillight is missing. Hang on 1 second.
From Welsh Lady.
Welsh Lady, how are you doing?
Hello, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. Good to hear you.
Oh, I have to think I'm frustrated. I'm very frustrated. How can they get away with all of the stuff that they connect?
Hang on 1 second. We're back in court just for 1 second. Just 1 second. Going to lunch.
Yes.
Welsh Lady, we're going to have to talk again or continue in court, okay?
Okay.
Love you. Bye.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There are still frames from C.F. McCarthy's on January 28, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
Yuri
There are.
Bukhenik on the stand.
Now I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
So I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look and recognize.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
It's 108A through 108B.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you at a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at C.F. McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03. When it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize, and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. We could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
Vase.
9:27, please.
Can I get a tall vase of drink? Oh, don't bother getting me a glass. Just use the vase. The vase. Is anybody else watching the hockey game right now?
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 9:32.
Here the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it, and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
Because the first one was poor, was a weak pour, right? The gentleman in the two-tone hoodie is Mr. John O'Keefe, wearing the baseball hat, the Nike baseball hat that was found on the lawn later. See if we can see his shoes in this shot. Was that a mega vase she was drinking? It's like a mega pint. Jury's thinking they might head down to McCarthy's on lunch, catch themselves a little bite to eat, maybe a sip or two. No, they wouldn't be allowed. There's not enough time. How did this place pass fire inspection? There is no room to maneuver in here. Call it the dining room. Looks like the whole place is just a little hole in the wall. Pardon me, let us squeeze by. Pardon me, ma'am. Pardon me, sir. Pardon me. Pardon me. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Some of these small establishments have the best atmosphere, though. I did hear a siren. Thank you. I'll add that to the total. Takes us up to 124. Remember 124 because I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a map right now. Just a galley kitchen. I can't quite see the score of the hockey game. It looks like they were showing a highlight a minute ago, but if somebody could let me know. Doesn't look like anybody in there is watching the game. Right now we're counting how many drinks Karen Reed has ordered or picked up. I think we're on 3. Although one of them was a shot that she added to drink number 2. Technically each was an individual drink. So she just has, I guess you couldn't say you diluted shot. You diluted shot number 3 with drink number 2 is what she did. Or she boosted shot 2 with drink number 3. Yep. Tight squeeze. Perhaps the aisleway is not the right place to stand. Ooh, did you see that check against the boards on the hockey game? It's pretty good. There's now thoroughly blocked to the aisleway. No one's coming through. None shall pass. Everyone's here to get their pre-blizzard drink on. Another check down the boards. Wow. Looks like a good game.
So right there we had, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket. And he put it back.
Not the pocket that was ripped. His left pocket's where he keeps the phone. Right pocket was ripped. The left passenger pocket, yes. John says, I'm going to hit the head. Be right back.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
That's gone. No, just kidding. That was a sip. Is that the little black straw she was sipping on?
Could we proceed to the next video, please? This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
John is back, leans forward, places an order, reaches for his phone, tap to pay, click the side.
So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Karen's cleaning up, moving all the empty bottles, getting rid of everything they don't need.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
That's one bright jacket. You didn't get the memo.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Here the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Here the bartender hands her a shot. Okay, now the phone was in the right pocket. So he dual wields.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes, he is.
Phone's came out of the right pocket. And back
And
into
he
the right
puts it in his back pocket.
Okay. Look at that. The phone protrudes out of the back pocket. That pocket was ripped. I wonder if his phone was damaged.
The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
I missed the middle finger.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Okay. Could we have the next?
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass. A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar.
It says you don't want to drink that. They're weak. Patron gets the shot glass again.
The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand.
Oh, shoot, I need to look.
Places it on the bar. And then
bottom of shoe is white.
What time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Could we play 10:37, please?
bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
Does another weak pour. Maybe management wanted them mixed a little light. Karen's motion when talking has become different, more exaggerated. I would, to the untrained eye, I would guess that she has starting to feel the effects of some of the alcohol she's consumed.
1041, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed.
There's a hockey fight going on right now.
Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
Your Honor, objects to last comment.
Okay, I'll strike that.
Next video, please.
Now, as the Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Next slide. And is
So
this...
I'm going to actually see counsel's on this.
That's because we're going to go to lunch. The judge is looking at the clock. It's 1:10. While they go to sidebar, we're going to do a quick zoom in on the feet. On the feet. Right next to my picture, you're going to see John O'Keefe's feet and Karen standing there. We're looking at the shoes particularly. If we scroll forward in slow motion, John shifts his pose a little bit and takes his left foot and crosses over the right foot, tips up his foot, and exposes the bottom white sole of his Nike sneakers. You can see that it appears to be a little darker. It is in shadow. We know also that it was a little bit dirty. So it matches the shoe that we had in evidence. Not black sole. All right. Let's see. So now we want to do, well, let's see how long it takes. We might do a quick. I was going to show you about the straw really quickly. Let's zoom in on 34 Fairview, Canton, Mass. If we can just do a quick dive down from sky. Zoom in. And we're going to also zoom in on, where are we at? 34 Fairview. Where's my mouse? Oh, that's the wrong mouse. You need this one. Okay, we're going to zoom in on the street right here. Go down to street level view. We are looking at this on a specific date. We're looking at 2022. So this is 6/2022. That way the little oily repair things they all match, right? Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Right here, as we go back, if you remember where the straw was, it sat right here on this piece, which means we were looking there. So the straw was found between the fire hydrant, which is right there. It's just straight out from the flagpole, which is blurred. It was right there. So, all right. Now, anything else? But in the street, right on the edge of the little tar that repaired the crack in the road. Is the Nike swoosh smaller in the video? I could not see any difference. Of course, it's very difficult to measure things at that angle and that size from that camera position in poor resolution. I'm getting a call. Hang on. I don't believe she sent us to lunch yet. I didn't miss that, did I? 1 second.
Call from Welsh lady.
Hey, Welsh lady. I just need to make sure I didn't miss lunch. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Don't think we did. I think we're still.
I just wanted to make sure that I didn't ring at the wrong time.
Oh, you're good. We're going to get sent to lunch here. They're still having their sidebar. We haven't missed anything. So, what are your thoughts?
I've got lots of thoughts. Yeah, because the thing is, right, I watched the first trial with you. Mm-hmm. So I know the players and everything, and I have a pretty good memory. But then I wanted to go, like you do, go into this new trial afresh and go, okay, let's see if I can, go aside, put my feelings aside or what have you and go in fresh. Mm-hmm. And I find it so difficult because the people who I found incredible, and I don't mean like incredible, woohoo.
Like Mr. Incredible, right? We're talking like that isn't credible.
Yeah, isn't credible. People I find incredible still being incredible, and they're either sticking to the incredible stuff, this is saying, or they're changing their testimony. And then I'm thinking, well, you're just even more incredible now because you've just changed the testimony.
So there are two ways to look at this. Either we're getting new testimony because the state just neglected to ask the right questions in round one. But it seems like this time with Yuri Bukhenik specifically, we're getting a lot of testimony about how he directed all his officers to drive by and just look for evidence. I didn't get that the first round. I might have missed it, but I didn't get that the first round. It sort of felt like Proctor was just like, I was headed to work, and I thought, why not swing by 34 Fairview and see if I can see some evidence? That's what I got out of the first trial. Now it's like my boss made me do it.
Yeah, but do you remember? And he went and asked him. He said, you received a phone call that somebody else had found some evidence. Do you remember who that is? Bukhenik there to
a Canton police officer.
I'm sure that, a Canton officer. I am sure that was D.A. Morrissey. And I think it was someone higher up who'd been told to not be involved.
Because they were accused, right?
Yeah, of course they were. But then they went in the mornings and after work. Then they kept making trails, and the first load of evidence was 5 pieces of red tail light in the road. That's what I remember. And all these things he's testifying to, saying, this is the evidence, I collected it, I'm thinking, no, you were sat on this under oath, and you didn't collect that. Those clothes remained in the back.
We collected it.
Yes. So you can't say you handled it with gloves and took photos. You didn't.
It's interesting. You can't impeach this. I don't know. Can you impeach Mr. Bukhenik's testimony with testimony from Proctor from trial number 1? That doesn't seem like it's. You'd be impeaching Proctor. That would be improper. Because if you said, but what if, are you aware that one of your subordinates testified in a previous matter concerning this and testified that they found this, not you? That would be impeaching them.
I would just go about it and say, Sergeant Bukhenik, are you? It was Proctor who collected that evidence that you stated on direct. Yeah. And see what his answer says. His answer, because it was Proctor who backed it. It was Proctor who signed it. It was Proctor who kept the tools in the car, in the back of the car for weeks before entering it into evidence. And then they come up with those. I've never seen those glass shields. I've never seen those glass shields with Ayden no clothes in it. And I don't agree with that. There were holes in John Keith's clothes.
Yeah, I believe there were holes that we could see during trial number 1. But this fixes that problem.
And I'm saying all of this, right? Not because I'm pro Karen Reid or pro the state, right? I'm looking at it as right. Imagine, right? I'm going to do it to you, Scott, right? Mm-hmm. Imagine you now sat in the chair with Karen Reid is, and then out comes all this evidence. So look at leaf blowers. We were horrified the first time we found out they were using leaf blowers.
Let me ask you this.
The bag, and you're looking at it. Go on.
Can 3 things be true? Can Karen Reid have hit him? The police investigation have been completely botched. And Chloe get at his arm? Can all 3 things have happened?
Yes, I believe that I do believe definitely the dog bites, right? And as Donald Keith would have lifted his arm up to get a dog away from him, if he's hanging off his arm like you see at the cops when they train their canines, they're in line with that. And I think that Chloe was, taken later on in the evening as attested before. In testimony that there was somebody removed Chloe during the night, but I believe that. I believe what was your first right that she hit him with the tail light. No, do you know why? Do you know why I think that this tail light is a ruse?
Why is that?
Right? I think it's a ruse because I think the speed she would have had to have done, and they're saying she did a 3-point turn, but the speed she would have had to have done would have hit his legs. He's with his jeans. They didn't display those when they displayed his clothing.
They showed his
Probably
jeans,
because
but they were
cut
different.
off then.
They were cut off. They did hold him up, but they're just not in plexiglass.
Oh, maybe I didn't see that then. My bad. My bad.
They were cut off. His back right pocket was torn.
But I know, Goodman. No, I respectfully, lovely. I know I'm no lawyer. But I respectfully disagree with a lot of their opinions, and you can disagree with a lot of mine. I do believe that they are dog bites and dog nails scratches from the claws going in.
I have to admit, I don't know what they are. I
believe that he was in a fight.
Here's what I'd say. It stands to reason to me that if those injuries were caused by the taillight, they would all be, if his arm was articulated it's anyway, you can move his arm any way you want, okay? They would all be in the same general direction on the arm. You wouldn't have some going one way and some going the other, right?
Now, mind.
And it would all have to fit within the size of the broken taillight. So you've got to fit his whole damaged elbow and match it up direction-wise with the broken taillight. You can't have, from just below his shoulder down to halfway down his arm be injured if the taillight piece that's missing is that big. It just doesn't add up.
But this is the thing. They're showing these as the pictures. You look at the guy from is it Denton or someplace, Barros, his name is. He come and testify that there was small piece missing. There's a piece. When you see the reconstruction,
that was Carrie Roberts originally that testified that. In trial number 1, she said there was a piece missing. She held up her hand and it was small. This time she said there was a piece missing and it was bigger. And I think that's where this trial has been different. From that moment on, the idea that the first witness who saw the taillight saw a larger amount missing has been better portrayed by the prosecution in this trial than in trial number 1.
40-odd pieces found on a road that had already been ploughed and then ploughed again by Lucky. 40-odd pieces collected over a number of weeks on the road. It defies logic and it defies science. When you get the ARCA people on there, it defies science. John O'Keefe had no injuries from his waist down. It was just his arm and his 2 bulging eyes and the back of his head, and that was and there's a cat on his face and there's another cat. I think he was in a fight. Chloe goes to defend the owner, maybe, right? And then she's defending the owner. She used to be, if I remember correctly, a cop canine, but because she was biting, she was aggressive toward other animals. She couldn't do that anymore. So she got, I think a dog will defend its owner. And if Higgins and him had gone into a fight,
Brian Higgins, that's the guy that they were sort of jousting with at the bar, right? He was jousting with somebody. Yeah, it was the back taps, it was the back grabs, and there was a lot of grabbing when they're going on. It's the warm-up for the butt dial.
Lots of butt dials. They don't make sense. It's like we watch trials all the time, and there's a logical order, and I grant that the prosecution has done a fantastic job in the way that they have got ahead of things, in the way that they have taken people out that were important in the last trial to the defense, and they have swapped them for somebody else, or they've mixed up the timeline is all mixed. They've done a good, in fairness to Brennan on that. Brennan personally, I feel he's sly. I know AJ gets on people's nerves. He's loud and what have you, but I think he's damn well good at his job. And I think Brennan is also damn well good at his job. I think I can see that. I'm fair-minded enough to see that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they're looking at the drinks, right? And yes, there's a drink driving thing in there. And she shouldn't have been. Absolutely. I despise drink drivers, right? I've got friends who like me, can't walk because of drunk drivers. So I can't stand it. But every single person, with every cop, every person at the party, they all drunk drove.
Cops and all.
That's just, you know.
Yep.
So the BAC and all of that, the serum, I think they've impeached every single witness on our stand. I think the defence have. I think they've done a brilliant job, but I just can't believe how. If I couldn't try to trust you the last time because of how unbelievably shocking disaster this investigation is, how can I convict somebody with all this reasonable doubt?
Yeah, interesting.
You know, she is just they're innocent.
Well, lady,
she's innocent unless and until.
Yep, until proven guilty. I would say that the state. I've got to give them credit. They have done a much better job this time around. We've jumped around a little bit with witnesses. That's been a little bit confusing. I wish it was more logical that way, but I understand why, timing wise and everything. And maybe the new jury has no true crime experience whatsoever. But if anybody has watched even your basic crime TV shows, they might be like, "Where's the ME? Why hasn't lead investigator testified?" They would be asking those questions. Yeah. I am, and the fact that that Proctor is trying to be hidden, and I think this is clear now. Even the prosecution's own efforts are literally saying, "We don't want this guy. We don't want to talk to him. We don't want to tell you about him. Right. He was a bad dude." And they're trying to distance as much as they can.
Bukhenik was reading the horrible first comment in the text message chain, which was, we all knew he was trying to kind of not say who it was, but he knew it was Proctor who said, "I'm going through the R word phone right now. I still can't find news," and all that.
He knew 100%. He's like,
there's more.
Don't know who it is.
So I hope, right, AJ or Alessi, I think Alessi might be crossing. And if they get that, I hope they make Bukhenik read the whole blooming lot of what Proctor wrote in there. All of it.
Well, Slady,
I
love your passion for this. I know there's a ton more to talk about. We've got to go to lunch. We only get a little bit of time. They're going to be.
I got my lunch in front of me.
I don't.
Love you when I leave you. Okay. Say hello. It's just put in front of me.
I can still, because it's only May 8th, I can say, "Ner kasteklut tel me zoot." Have a great spring. Thank you for calling. I appreciate it.
No problem. You take care, Scott.
The Scottish stuff still works for you Welsh people, right? Do you have a saying like that? "Ner kasteklut tel me zoot" in Welsh?
No. We don't have anything like that. Cymru am beth. We say that.
What?
Cymru am beth.
Cymru am beth.
Cymru am.
I can say am. I got that part. What does that mean?
Cymru is like curry, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's Cymru.
Hamri.
Like with a B.
Biz. Okay, that's all I got. I want to know, what does that mean? What did I just try to say?
I'm not telling you. Look now.
You're fired. I got to let you go. All right. Thank you for the call. We'll see you, Welsh Lady. Bye. Welsh lady and Sloth love strong accents. We love them. Oh my goodness. The Scots and the Welsh are great people. I don't know what I said. I don't even know. There's no vowels. There's only one vowel in this letter. All right, we are going to go to lunch. It looks like the jury went to lunch as well. They say that we're going to be back. Josh, you say they're coming back at 2, which only gives us half an hour. Yes, they quit early, but they take short lunches. You got to give them that as well. So, short lunch, just trying to see. Josh says they're out until 2 p.m. Eastern, which means we've got about 25 minutes before we're going to be back. And we will pick up with part 2. Let me get the music ready. There we go. Remember, tonight we hit 1,000 likes on the stream. Thank you very much. Tonight we have the podcast on this channel. If you haven't been here for the podcast before, you're missing out. You should definitely come. Now I can't find my video. It's here somewhere. There it is. Scheduling part 2 right now. We're going to open a portal so we'll transport you from this one to that one in case you'd like to just stay with us, which I would appreciate if you're able to. We're going to start about 5. All right, portal set up. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe to go live again in about 20-ish minutes. 20-ish minutes. It's all built, all done. I'm getting better at that. One day I'll be a real YouTuber. You guys, thank you very much. I enjoyed watching. This has been interesting. Got to give props to the prosecution, taking away AJ's thunder. I want to see how he brings this. He's going to drag us through that again. He's going to drag Mr. Bukhenik through it, and you know he wants to drag Mr. Proctor through it. So hang around for all of that. Word on the street is that the prosecution is nearly done with their case. That's pretty quick. Less than half their witnesses have been called. Only about a third of them have been called. So we'll see what happens. Guys, we'll see you after lunch. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Your Honor.